Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is Sunday, August 20th. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the southwest. If you look in the ticker you can see the weather. The wind is blowing with 7 knots from 240 degrees. Variable between 190 degrees and 260 degrees. Gav okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. Temperature 19 degrees already. Air pressure 1021 hectopascals. You can see some nice cloudy backdrop. No significant changes in the upcoming weather for the upcoming 2 hours. Also, a whole group of ducks already present, looking like all lady ducks. And a Norwegian with a face on the tail. Let's have a look and see who that might be. Oh. Big picture. At the moment the sun obscured by a little cloud. Sky is mostly blue. Looking to the west and southwest you can see a bit more clouds. That is also where the wind is coming from, so I'm not sure what the weather is going to be like later. If maybe more clouds are going to come in. Time will tell. In the meantime, good morning to everybody. Rowenda, Infinity, Wendy, Paul. Goedemorgen allemaal. USA Titan, USA that EasyJet guy. Goedemorgen, Marnix goedemorgen. Nigel, good morning mate. Chunky, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen. Koenie, goedemorgen. Jason, good morning. Hope everybody is doing alright. Air France arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Looks like a lot of narrow bodies are coming in right now. Let's see, the next airplane is an EasyJet. Where is the next one after it? Faintly visible over there. So this is EasyJet flight 24231 A320 arriving from Naples, Napoli. Flight time 2 hours 19 minutes. The airplane 6 years old. First flight was in October 2016. So the airplane is crabbing just a little bit. Wind is blowing from the southwest. 7 knots. Was picking up a little bit. Earlier in the morning it was around 4 knots. Not expecting significant crabbing or anything. Up half, good morning. Morten, goedemorgen. Good morning. Gosse. First bat shot of the day in 3, 2, 1. Donzelli, good morning. Marijn, goedemorgen, good morning. Afrodite, goedemorgen. Belinda, goedemorgen, good morning. Akil, checking in from Hyderabad in India. Good morning, mate, or good afternoon perhaps to you. Roy, goedemorgen. Cor, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Our next airplane is arriving from Madrid, Air Europa. They always send a 737 on Sunday, it seems. Flight 1091, Boeing 737-800, back from Madrid. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in January 2008. Ronald, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Robbie, morgen. René, goedemorgen. Christian, goedemorgen. Let's quickly turn around the camera. There's a CRJ coming in. SAS. Back to the manual focus. Here we go. SAS flight 2551 arriving from Copenhagen. CRJ 900 long range. Flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes. This airplane is 14 years old. Had its first flight in January of the year 2009. Continuing its rollout on the runway. Imran, good morning, goedemorgen. Pakistan, wow. People checking in from India, Pakistan. Of course, people from down under, all over the world. Interesting always to see how people are able to find the stream. Lovely. Bringing people from all over the world together. Next up is an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Luton. Flight 22515. In the meantime, fireworks is being set off. I'm looking behind me, also around me, to see if I can spot the bird control vehicle causing the ruckus, but oh wait, I think it is, yeah, I think it is probably on the south side of the runway. We'll probably come this way. Gamer Ronaldo, Remco, Integrity Farms, good morning all. Francisco, good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. So this EasyJet A319 arriving from London Luton, short flight, 37 minutes of flight time right now. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in January 2011. And hey, A330 coming this way and also approaching relatively south. Can I see it? Also mustn't forget to keep track of this airplane, but is that A330 visible on its base leg? Can we see it following base and turn to final? I'm not seeing it. Okay, it should become visible at some point. Huh. Okay, well, first focus on the landing. Then let's see if I can see the A330. Sooner or later it will become visible, obviously, but the sooner the better. It's always nice to follow airplanes, if possible, even from their downwind leg until they are touching down. Visibility in itself is good. Alright, let's have another look. Hey Lena, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Well, I'm having a hard look to see where that A330 is. It should be on final already. Let's just zoom in, see if we can spot it then. Ah, there it is. Right, looks a bit vague. Could it be that it was... Ah, well, anyway. We have it now. Unfortunately, we couldn't spot it flying base. Hey Wilma, goedemorgen. Doing fine, thank you for asking. Met jou ook alles goed? Smitty22, good morning. Olaf, goedemorgen. Ah, so it was coming through the clouds, Sander. I already thought... I was wondering if the clouds were obscuring it or not, but apparently they were. Pity. Then again, we still have it clearly in view right now. So, two more heavies approaching the glide slope. The next airplane, a KLM Dreamliner, arriving from Delhi. Another A330-200 arriving from the west, more northerly, arriving from Edmonton. Hey there, Yorkshire Kite, good morning mate. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing great as well. FJWH, goedemorgen. Hey Lane, goedemorgen. Lane asks if we are expecting any queens today. Well, there is one underway. Well, there are several underway, but my plan, as you guys probably have guessed already, is to stick around until the A380 has landed. Expected around 1:30 or so, so that makes for a 4-hour stream, roughly speaking. In that time span, there's just one airborne right now, which doesn't mean that there might not follow more, perhaps from closer by destinations such as Paris, but at the moment, one is expected in the duration between now and the landing of the A380. So in that sense, we're not particularly well endowed today with queens arriving. Bird control vehicle in the meantime parked over there, further up north. And the Dreamliner, the next Dreamliner is visible already. I think the clouds are obscuring the view to the second A330. I'm not seeing it, at least. Also zooming out a little bit, let me look behind me on my laptop screen. Well, I'm not seeing it. If you guys are, you guys have better eyesight than I have. So, flying AMS Live logo on its way to the runway. Dreamliner. Dreamliner 10. Jara, goedemorgen. James Talk, good evening mate. Checking in from down under. Hope all is well. Beautiful day indeed, Woody. Temperature is nice, it's not so humid and clammy anymore as it was yesterday morning. Although yesterday, around the time I ended the stream, the wind had increased so much it was almost a bit chilly. How about that? It is looking like it's going to be a beautiful day. I think this is the weather we're going to have all throughout the day. Day's highs were expected to lie between 24C and 28C, depending on if you're more northerly or more land inward and southerly. This was KLM flight 872 arriving from Delhi in India. Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner was underway for nearly 9 hours, 8 hours and 51 minutes. And that airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in November 2019. Jean-Yves, mon ami, good morning. Hope all is well in La Douce, France. Well, talking about sweet birds. Yes, they have a sixth sense. When you point the camera towards them, they immediately dive under, but we did see it. It was too late to hide from us. Arriving from Edmonton, Canada, KLM flight 676, Airbus A330-200, flight time at the moment 7 hours 57 minutes. The airplane is a bit older than the previous one. This one, 17 years old, began its career as an airplane in October 2005. All right. The wheelie competition has begun. First competitor. Setting the bar. Not sure how long this record will hold, but we have a benchmark against which to score the upcoming wheelies, if they will follow. Kevin H, good morning. Peace City Hopper says, nice weather to spot. Absolutely, my friend. Welcome to the show. Ooh, Jean-Yves. Breaking a sweat, probably. La Douce, France is 35 to 40 Celsius. La Douce chaud, France. Très chaud. Dale, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Rick, Mr. Master, goedemorgen. Probably nice and sunny in the north of the country as well, hey Rick? Hey there, Mrs. Professor, good morning. Hope all is well. Those birds are camera shy, particularly grebes. It's as if they've had politicians' media training. Oh, there's a camera. Let's dive under. Nice Sunexpress PAW control, PAW control. My screen is too small to see the entire name of this special livery. PAW control the MIG. That's all it says over here. Hopefully it was looking a bit proper. Timing of the landing a bit unfortunate with the sun still providing some backlight. So not the most optimal conditions to have a look at this, at least looking at the picture on Flight Radar. Lovely special livery. Always running. Good morning, mate. Checking in from Copenhagen. Welcome to the show. Maxine, goedemorgen, good morning. Lenny, good morning. Mario, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Wie geht's? Let me have a look, see what this airplane is doing. It is arriving from Hamburg, KLM flight 1778, Embraer 175, flight time 41 minutes. She's 6 years old, her first flight was in February 2017. Looks like next up will be an A320neo, but there's also a Dreamliner arriving from Cancun, Mexico. And in typical KLM fashion, they stay on the runway for their rollout. Vacate late, sooner to the gate. Now meanwhile, departing traffic from 24 to the north, also visible over here. Luckily less clouds now than yesterday. So if something interesting takes off, we might be able to catch a glimpse of it. Right, next airplane is arriving from the east, so from the right, still approaching the glide slope a little bit. A320neo, and behind it should be a Dreamliner arriving from Cancun. Let's see. I think the clouds are interfering. Because I'm not seeing that Dreamliner just yet. Also looking on my laptop screen. But it does look like the clouds are interfering with our view. However, if that Dreamliner emerges from the clouds, it would make a lovely view, a lovely shot. So let's have a look. See if we might see it appear. You can clearly see that there's a wind blowing from the west, southwest. The clouds are blowing from left to right. We're now looking to the north. I'm still not seeing the Dreamliner, unfortunately. Pity. This is Sky Express, flight 8250, A320neo, arriving from Heraklion in Greece. Flight time 3 hours and 23 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. Its first flight was in October 2020. And obviously now we do see that Dreamliner relatively close by already. TUI flight 511 arriving from Cancun in Mexico. Flight time 9 hours and 6 minutes. This airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in May 2014. In the meantime, Sponge, good morning. Checking in from Poland. Hope all is well, mate. Welcome to the show. Georgios. Checking in again from Kalamata, Greece. Where it is 33 degrees Celsius. So almost the same as in the Dijon area where Jean-Yves is residing. FJWH is curious to see my streaming setup. Have a look at the community tab of my YouTube channel, mate. Several people have taken pictures of me over the last couple of months, and a couple of them give a little insight in what the setup looks like. But let's say my setup is a bit more elaborate than those of other live streamers on average, with the exception of Kevin of Airline Videos, whose setup is more over the top than I think any other person. Turkish A330, flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul, A330-300, flight time 2 hours 58 minutes, the airplane 9 years old, first flight June 2014. There should be another plane behind it. Can we see something yet? I'm looking. I'm not seeing it. Maybe you guys were. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen. Indeed, good weather for a beautiful show. Hey there, Gremlin. A Stratotanker is now flying above Purmerend. Maybe you can spot it with your telelens. Well, I'm looking to see if I see anything. Don't see any contrails. Well, wait, I do see one. In which way is it flying, the Stratotanker? Is it flying to the southeast? Because I do see a little contrail. Let me have a look if I see if I can show you guys when the landing is done. Come on, use those reversers, damn it. Let's have a look. There is one contrail that I'm seeing. I'm hoping I can show you. Let's see, there we go. Now, I can only follow the airplane. I cannot see the details clearly. If this is the Stratotanker or not, you guys will have to tell me. It is a twin jet. It is flying northeast of me, and it is flying to the southeast. Wait, now I lost it. Oh, there it is again. Not sure if that is it. That is the only contrail I am seeing in the sky right now. Purmerend would be somewhere in that direction. I think this airplane is flying more to the south. So it probably wasn't it. Maybe I did spot a different airplane for you guys, but it probably wasn't the Stratotanker. Ah, WestJet to Rome, me myself says. Okay, well, too bad. Better luck next time. Let's focus on what we can see, and we are looking at a flying AMS Live logo. Another Dreamliner. United Airlines Flight 968. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. Flight time for this airplane is 9 hours and 5 minutes at the moment. The airplane is 8 years old. Her first flight was in July 2015. Bloop. Spoilers up. And away goes the flex. No butt shots from this airplane, well, at least not close up. Obviously there will be a point where it is exactly pointing away from us whenever it vacates, such as now. In 3, 2, 1. Jurjen, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Patrick Leemeijer, goedemorgen. Looks like the next airplane coming our way is Delta Airlines Flight 48, arriving from New York JFK. Still approaching the glide slope from the west, further up north. I highly doubt that we can see it, but I think the clouds are in the way. It is flying low already, 1800 feet. 1775, wow. That is low. Huh. Well, it's in the vicinity of Uitgeest and Heemskerk, so that is relatively far away. We are seeing the approach of a departure from runway 24. Oh, this is a difficult angle for me. There we go. Really awkward positioning, semi-crouched. The 737 from KLM. Or is it it's an Embraer? Hard for me to see. Could be an Embraer. Let's see if we can spot that A330 arriving from JFK already. I'll have to look carefully. Oh yeah, there it is. Theo, goedemorgen. Cool King, good morning. Blocky Games, good morning. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 48, Airbus A330-300. Arriving from New York JFK, flight time 6 hours and 35 minutes. The airplane is 19 years old, first flight was in September 2003. Now, what is coming next? Looks like a CRJ arriving from the east from SAS, coming in from Stockholm. Goedemorgen Rosa. Oh, the quackers are making some noise behind me. Looks like they have found that stone slab, that little peninsula where the coots are also sometimes chilling. Seems like a hot spot for birds. When we can turn the camera in that direction, let's have a look and see what they are up to. Hey Arnoud, goedemorgen. Indeed a very nice Sunday. Welcome to all viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right. Currently the only one runway in use for arrivals. We have some wind blowing from the southwest, so there's a little bit of crosswind from the right for the pilot's landing. It's not too significant, 7 knots or so. Otherwise, nice summery weather. No precipitation is expected, no storms or anything. We will probably see the opening of runway 18 center later. Which means that parallel arrivals will temporarily be in progress. We've seen that so many times before. Big picture wise, you can see mostly blue sky over here. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. This is southwest. This is where the wind is blowing from, for what wind there is. This is looking to the east. The sun nice and shiny. And back to the north. Now, coming in from the north is an SAS CRJ arriving from Stockholm. Let's see if we can pick it up. Is it still so far out? Yeah, the cloudy backdrop makes it a bit hard to see, but it was dead center. It is of course a very small plane. SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm, CRJ 900 long range. Flight time of this airplane right now 1 hour and 40 minutes. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Bart, goedemorgen. Monika, guten Morgen. Wie geht's? Schön, dass du dabei bist. Magnet mood, good morning. Don't worry, be happy. Wise words to live by. Now, oh, I do see another little contrail. The contrails are small today. Not a lot of humidity in the upper atmosphere. All right, looking like the next airplane after this will be an Air Canada 777. I can see one arriving from the west. So for first-time viewers, the game plan today is to stick around until the arrival of the daily Emirates A380 flight arriving from Dubai, which will probably land around 1:30 p.m. local time. Local time is visible in the bottom left corner, in the just left of the ticker. Now, in all honesty, 9 out of 10 times the A380 lands on the center runway, which for some reason ATC always seems to open up shortly before the A380 enters Dutch airspace. Now, just to show you, I was mentioning that now I have to look in against the sun, find a very small contrail. I think this is not the best position in the sky to look for. Ah, there it is. So the contrails, as you can see, are relatively small today. Not a lot of humidity in the upper atmosphere, so of course quad jets producing more contrail are easier to spot for me. It is otherwise a nice sky for also some contrail spotting. However, they will need to be close by and preferably have 4 engines. Now, the next airplane will be coming from, I think, the left, from the west, Air Canada Flight 808. I was hearing some ruckus over there on the slab of concrete or the peninsula region. Is it just the 2 ducks right now? Or are there also some on the peninsula? I'm not seeing more than 2 right now. Tim, goedemorgen. Sumi good says good morning from Estonia. Hope I pronounced your name properly. Marissa, goedemorgen. Tim asks, is there coming any Vueling on this runway? Well, sooner or later there will be. Don't know when the next one will come exactly, but sooner or later they will come. Vueling flies many airplanes to Amsterdam on a daily basis, so we're bound to see 1 or 2 at least. Morgen, Christian. Herzlich willkommen, alle deutsch sprechende Freunde. Schön, dass ihr auch wieder dabei seid. Herzlich willkommen. Jan-Willem, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Good morning. Right, now. According to Flight Radar, the airplane should be on final now. The Air Canada. I think the clouds are still obscuring it. Am I missing it? Checking behind me on my laptop screen to see if I miss something, but it looks like it is still obscured by the clouds. Hopefully things will open up a little bit. Oh, there it is. Now I see it. There we go. Hey there, Ant-Man. Good evening, mate. How's life in Down Under? Have you settled back after being back from the Netherlands? Have you gotten used to being back down under again? Although, good evening, checking in from Thailand once again. Thank you, Tim, who says, I love watching planes, but you are next level. Those are some very kind words to say, my friend. Appreciate it, thank you. Ant-Man says that his sister is on her way to Amsterdam via Dubai with Emirates, arriving later this afternoon. Well, you probably know by now that I always tend to stick around for the arrival of the A380, hoping it is landing on the runway I'm standing next to, but knowing better deep down inside. But we'll be sticking around for that, Ant-Man, don't you worry. Anne, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Right, so now this is Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from YYZ, Toronto. 777, 200 long range, flight time 6 hours 46 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in June 2007. Unfortunately, the airplane behind it not yet visible. E2 Embraer 195, at least I'm not seeing it on my little 3-inch camera screen. Is it visible? Let me have a look on my laptop. Yes, or is it? Yeah, I think it is. Even though my laptop is in a laptop tent, there is still a lot of reflections due to the bright outdoor conditions. So even checking things on my laptop is sometimes a bit challenging. Right, big planes coming in. AMS, E2 Embraer 195 after this airplane, LL after this, and then a couple of heavies once again. Little wheelie, not a serious competitor for the competition. Still look nice. It's getting a bit more busy already over here, as you guys can see. Here and there people sitting in the grass. Not a lot of benches, but a lot of people do bring some foldable chairs with them. Maybe from their garden sets, I don't know, or camping sets, but always nice to see over here. Would be nice if the city council also cut the grass a bit more frequently over here. As you guys can see, it is quite a jungle over here. Not where I am standing. I'm always standing at the same location. Everything's trampled over here. Made sure that I can stand comfortably, but if you stand in the same place and run around your tripod for 4 hours and you do that a couple of times per week, then grass will find it very difficult to keep growing. The next airplane we're now looking at is an E2 Embraer 195 with the 1700th E-Jet sticker somewhere on the front of the fuselage. KLM flight 1352, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes. Brand new airplane, meaning less than a year old, and it is almost a year old. First flight was in September last year, so next month a year old, this airplane. I did have a look, Sander, yesterday, but I had difficulty finding the right object, so did not pull the trigger yet. But a camera screen cap is definitely the next item I will purchase to make at least looking at my camera screen a bit better. But it looked like the item the guy was having, either I was struggling to find it in the catalog or it is no longer for sale, but I did try looking for several names. If you go look for Zonnekap, you find lens hoods, and that's not what I need. I need an LCD lens hood. Maybe that's the right term. Maybe Amazon also sells it. I'm researching it, work in progress. Hey there Auntie, hey there Sponge. Sponge says the A380 is coming in 2 hours and a 747 is coming in 1 hour. That is good news. Here we have LL arriving from Tel Aviv. Big birds are coming. Indeed, Rick, bammetjes met kaas mee, or get a nice fresh oerfried at the parking lot. That van will also probably arrive on the scene later in the morning. It was there yesterday when I woke back to the car. This is KLM flight 749. Arriving from Cartagena, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, so the mid-size mid-size saloon, I was about to say, but it's not a saloon, it is a Dreamliner. Flight time 9 hours 7 minutes. The airplane 7 years old. First flight October 2015. I do have a Canon camera, Sander, an XA40. Should be a 3-inch LCD screen. Nice Sponge, who says, you made me come back to watching live plane spotting. Well, happy to see you back, mate. I hope you're enjoying. Guy, good morning, checking in from Luxembourg. I wish you a pleasant Sunday as well, mate. Thank you for stopping by once again. Hope all is well. Danny, goedemorgen, good morning. Martijn, goedemorgen, good morning. Christian, goedemorgen. Vegas, baby. Indeed, mate. Hey, Amy, good morning. Another Dreamliner. It is the bigger brother of the one we saw just now. This is the biggest of the family, the 787-10. KLM flight 636, arriving from Las Vegas at Las Vegas, Nevada. Flight time 8 hours 59 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in December 2019. Bird controller seems to have found a nice space to park at. Has been standing there for, what is it, 10-15 minutes now? Shouldn't they be chasing away birds? Well, actually, quite honestly, I haven't seen a lot of birds yet today. Unlike earlier in the week, when I was standing at the other side of the runway, when it was teeming with birds. Just immense amounts of birds. Now, the only birds visible, most I've seen are in the water. Ducks, grebes and whatnot. Oh, it is as if... Are you listening in on me, mate? Are you checking AMS live while working? Were you listening in? How inconspicuous. That's a little suspect, don't you think? Well, on the off chance that they are listening in, how about a nice demonstration of the sound effects and the fireworks in between the landings? Show the viewers of AMS Live the tools that you guys have in your toolbox. Right, this is Delta Airlines Flight 74, Airbus A359 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight time 7 hours and 49 minutes. The airplane 5 years old. First flight January 2018. Ah, okay. Thank you, Sander, for doing a little bit of research for me. We'll have a look at their website then. JJC LCT. I was looking for Zonnekop. And obviously then you don't find what you're looking for. You just find the round examples for lenses. Nice, nice. Little bit of reverse thrust, not too much. We haven't heard a lot of loud arrivals yet. Bit of a pity, maybe we will still, but hey Volker, good morning, welcome to the show. Smackaroni, good morning. Good to see you all on this morning. Mrs. Snafu, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Liewe, goedemorgen. Was lekker kerel? So there is a little bit of wind blowing from the southwest. If I show you guys the visual representation, we're using our proxy windsock in the port area. You can see a little bit of wind, not too much. Also some rippling in the water, not as significant as yesterday, luckily. Nice and calm. 737-700 KLM flight 1822 arriving from Berlin. 14-year-old airplane. First flight of this airplane was in March 2009. Mag niet klagen, Liewe, mag niet klagen. Nice and sunny. It was a bit cold this morning, but I had a look on the satellite images and figured I better go out in shorts and a t-shirt. So royally applied some sunscreen before going out. Obviously standing here for 4 hours straight, being exposed to the summer sun, you need protection. Temperature is nice. The wind is nice, it's comfy. It's comfortable weather. Also, luckily not so clammy as it was yesterday in the first part of the stream when there was high humidity. Excellent conditions to do some live streaming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next airplane is arriving from Geneva, KLM 737-800, flight 1926, flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old and her first flight was in March of the year 2019. That was the Kreitler Club or the Zundab Club. Zundab. These are all classic Zundab mopeds. Very nice. Nice weather to do a club ride with the 50cc mopeds. And Aldo is missing the red, white, big blocks in front of the camera. Well, mate, that's when I'm standing on the other side of the runway. This is the north side where they touch down, and the blocks in the foreground are more to the south. That is when the airplanes are taking off to the north, and they are now landing from the north to the south. So I'm now standing on the north side of the runway, and those blocks, those buildings are more to the south, at the beginning of the runway, so to speak. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Now folks, Another Dreamliner is arriving, but not before this airplane has touched down. Transavia flight 5474 arriving from Mahon. I forgot how to pronounce it. Boeing 737-800. Flight time 2 hours. 5-year-old airplane, first flight March 2018. And the KLM Dreamliner arrival from New York. Turning final. It is coming our way. I'm not seeing it yet. The clouds still seem to be obstructing the view a little. Hope it will open up a bit so that we can see the airplanes approaching further up north. Ooh. Let's quickly turn around the camera. And good morning to Kadir and to Andy Camps. Hope all is well, people. Hope everybody is having a bit of fun. That's why we're all here, after all. KLM flight 644, arrival from New York, JFK, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. Flight time 6 hours 25 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in October 2019. Looks like an A319 from EasyJet arriving from London Gatwick is after it. But the clouds still look to be obscuring our line of sight, at least further up north. Marissa is informing us that a Cargolux 747 is 30 minutes out. Thank you so much. Sponge says Lufthansa 747 above. When mentioning stuff like that, also please mention where it is coming from and going to, so that I can also know where to look in the sky. If it is coming from the southeast, for instance from Frankfurt to the United States, or the other way around. That helps me to look in the right part of the sky, particularly if there are no or small contrails. Hey, goedemorgen Green Tea God. Nice name. Going to Frankfurt, Sponge says. Yeah, from where? Mr. Ozos, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Hi, Diddley-o, neighborino, I should say. Our southern neighbors. The Flemish. Darshan, good afternoon. Checking in from India. Nice to see so many people from Central Asia also finding the stream. People from Pakistan, from India, coming together over here, enjoying some aviation footage from Amsterdam. Hey Timo, goedemorgen. Now this is EasyJet flight 28674 Airbus A319. Originating from London Gatwick. Short flight, 41 minutes of flight time under its belt at the moment. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight, January 2009. And behind it, can I see it? It is approaching the glide slope relatively southerly. is a Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Canada. Just checking to see if I maybe am seeing it visually. Would be nice if we were able to pick up some traffic further up ahead. So again, the wind is calm, 7 knots or so. Last time I checked the meter. Probably hasn't changed a lot. It doesn't feel like it has changed significantly. It was blowing from the southwest. Just a summery breeze in line with the weather you guys are seeing. And as you guys can see, departures take off from runway 24. Looks like an A330 Delta. I think that the Dreamliner from Air Canada should become visible a little bit. There we go. KLM flight 696 is what we are looking at. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. The mid-size version of the family. Coming in from Toronto, Canada. Flight time 6 hours and 35 minutes right now. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in August 2016. Now, those of you new to the channel, welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. Don't be afraid to say hi. Don't feel like you have to, but don't be afraid to do so if you feel like it. Also a lot of knowledgeable people over here in the chat, so if you have any questions, shoot. Ooh, Kadir is going to sleep. Good night, mate. Sleep tight. Hope to see you again in the future. After this airplane, we'll see a Croatian Airlines A319 arriving from Zagreb. After that, most likely an A320 from Lufthansa arriving from Munich. Now you see flex in the wings. And now it is gone. Still upward slanting, but not as much as before the spoilers went up. A lot of flexibility in those wings. I think they can withstand bending almost up to vertical, near vertical. They are really strong and flexible. So don't think for a second that they are stretched to their limits in daily use. Well within the tolerances, this. But it looks spectacular. Hey Craig, checking in from Oregon. So probably night owling then, eh? It's a 9-hour time difference with the West Coast, so it's 1:30 or so. Welcome mate, hope all is well. Now. Okay, so center has opened. The A320 from Munich is on the other glide slope. I was Already looking in the distance to see if I could see it, but it is going to the center runway, so I'll have to update the ticker in a minute. They have changed to parallel arrivals right now. You haven't missed any Queen's DP 2017. There is one expected within the hour. Not sure what its exact ETA is, but there is one expected. And I think it's only going to be the one, unless we'll see others take off from nearby airports, like for instance Paris Charles de Gaulle or something. But at the moment airborne and expected before the A380 is only one, and that is on its way. I think probably even within the next 30 minutes we'll see it. Looks like a butt shot is approaching. And I overshot with the camera. Marissa informing us that the Cargolux Queen that was expected has just entered Dutch airspace, so it is coming. Where is it coming from? Will it go to the center runway perhaps? Also, let me have a quick go at the computer. Let me update the weather for you guys and also have a look at the current runway usage. Updating the ticker while we are waiting for the next airplane to arrive. So the wind has increased to 8 knots, nothing drastic. Temperature has increased to 21 degrees C. Let's have a look at the runway usage. Okay, so that is still the old configuration. Let me then manually at least adjust and add center. And the weather paste. Adjust font size, and there we go. Amy, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your night's sleep. Hope to see you again soon. Brussels Aviation. Goedemorgen, good morning. The rogue platonicist. Good day to you, mate. So in the ticker you now see the latest weather from 8:25 Zulu time, so that is 10:25 Central European time, so that is from 15 minutes ago. The wind was blowing from 240 degrees, so southwest, 8 knots. The wind direction variable between 200 knots and 270 knots, so basically between south and west. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more, that's what the 9999 means. As a fly was sitting on my arm, itching a little. Few clouds at 1,600 feet. Temperature is 21 degrees Celsius, so that is roughly 72, 73-ish Fahrenheit. 16 degrees is the dew point, the point at which air humidity will start condensating. The pressure is 1,022 hectopascals, and no SIG means no significant changes in the weather are expected in the next 2 hours. While we're still waiting for the next airplanes to come to the Polderbaan, let's have a look and see what is going on Duck Island. Is that Duck Temptation Island? No, probably not. Looks like so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-7. Okay, well, that is not good news, Arnoud. Thanks for updating us, but bad news. The 747 is coming in from the east, so that sounds like an approach to center then. Macroscopic overview. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. So still cloudy over there. Looking to the east. Looking to the south. So this is the southwest. This is where the wind is coming from. Looks like we are in bad luck in that respect, that over here more southerly you have more openness, and more to the north we have more cloudiness. And also looking to the northwest and seeing everything that will blow in that direction, doesn't look like it is going to open up on a very short notice. Hey there Avi, guten Morgen, checking in from Berlin, herzlich willkommen. George, goedemorgen. Nah, Aphrodite, you really shouldn't have. Thank you nonetheless for gifting 5 AMS Live memberships. Appreciate it, thank you so much, but really you shouldn't have. Now, no need to tell you what is going on. Talking about noisy buggers, the Zandep Club just returned. Maybe they went for an oerfried at the parking lot and decided to go back to where they were coming from. Jan, goedemorgen. Duryodan, good morning. King Ding, good morning. Niek, goedemorgen, hoi. So, hey Nelly, goedemorgen. Patrice, good morning, checking in from Cambodia. Wow, you have a nice day too, mate. Thank you for tuning in. The next airplane is visible in the distance. I'm very fearful that the 747 that is approaching will go to the center runway. Oh, there it is. I'll keep an eye out on flight radar, but don't expect too much, ladies and gentlemen. This is KLM Transavia flight 6610, arriving from Innsbruck in Austria. Beautiful airport. Definitely fly there if you ever have the chance. Preferably on a clear day. Boeing 737-800 arriving from Innsbruck, flight time 1 hour and 19 minutes. The airplane is 21 years old. First flight was in June 2002. En inderdaad, Blocky Games, it is near ideal weather now. Oh, forgot to put back the camera in manual focus. There we go, no more focus dance. Always switch to autofocus if zooming in on things closer by, such as the wildlife in the water. Well, wind scale, we will see the 747. That's for sure. It's just that I'm not sure if we're going to see it up close like this 737 or if we'll see it from a distance. Bear in mind, we will still be able to see it well from over here. It's not too far away, the glide slope of 18C. Camera has decent zoom, so. But it's not the same, of course, as seeing it land right in front of you and hearing everything up close. Speaking of up close, where is that little... There was a coot over here, really up close, but it has gone into the coverage of the grass, so no longer seeing it well. Better visible is the next airplane, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, KLM flight 1228, Boeing 737-800, flight time 41 minutes. The airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in July 2000. Hey there Alex, hey there Tris, Sasha, goedemorgen. Bruno, checking in from Tahiti. Awesome. Welcome to the show, mate. All the way in the Pacific, also on the other side of the world. Dirk, Morgan, checking in from Cologne. All right. David or David, good morning. Simone, good morning. Herzlich willkommen, liebe deutsch sprechende Freunde. Schön, dass ihr auch alle wiedermals dabei seid. Let's see, where is that 747? It is crossing the Markermeer right now. So we'll find out soon enough if it is going to center or maybe not. Or has somebody already picked it up on Omgevingsinfo Schiphol? The runway has probably already been assigned to it. Hey Mert, checking in from Turkey. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Here we have a beautiful Azzurro airplane, A319, arriving from Milan. ITA Airways flight 120, flight time 1.5 hours. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in November of the year 2012. Okay, a little bit of a blank spot in the glide slope traffic. The next airplane for our runway is in the distance, coming our way. Bird controller and then upwards. In the meantime, an A320 Neo is coming to the center runway. Sky Express flight 7100 A320 Neo arriving from Zakynthos. 2 hours and 54 minutes of flight time. The airplane 3 years old. First flight was in April 2020. Hey Paula, morgen. Ishrat checking in from Edinburgh. Morning mate, hope all is well. Welcome one and all. Morning to Temitayo, checking in from London. Fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Merry effing Poppins, London. Right, Marissa says that the 747 has been confirmed to go to 18C, so we will see the 747 in a similar fashion as we are seeing this airplane. Hey, and you're welcome, Avi. Thank you for joining. Glad you're enjoying the show. Hans, goedemorgen, good morning. Let's turn around the camera. Before the 747 arrives on center, we have a Dreamliner coming to our runway. This is KLM flight 668, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas. Flight time 9 hours exactly. She's 7 years old, first flight October 2015. Hallo Effie. Welcome to the show, mate. Let's see, there's a Tarom arriving from Bucharest, now flying to center. Alright, and the 747 is flying base. Will approach shortly after a 777 from Cape Town arrives on this runway, so we'll have to transition from one to the next. Right, Embraer 190 arrival from Zurich will be coming in first. And after it, we should see the 777-300 arriving from Cape Town. And right behind the 777 arriving from Cape Town, but going to runway center, is the only Queen I think we are going to see. Morning, Madeira Aviation spotting. Marcus, schön, dass du auch dabei bist. And thank you for the kind words, mate. Oh wait, I do see the triple as well. Nice. Maybe it is opening up a little bit further up north. This is DKT, says hello from Cape Town. Well, hello there, mate. The plane in the top left quadrant is coming from your hometown. So, in the foreground, Embraer 190 KLM flight 1954 arriving from Zurich. Flight time no longer is mentioned. The airplane age is, and it is 13 years old. First flight was in October 2009. Now, what a pickle. Queen going to center. Triple going to our runway. I'll stick with the triple and follow the last bit of the 747 once the triple has touched down. I think it will make a nice, logical, smooth transition. Jairo, good morning. Checking in from Belgium. Hi Dilio, Neighborino. Number 10, most worldwide followed. KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Flight time 11 hours and 24 minutes. 777-300 ER. Going to runway center is Cargolux flight 2616, Boeing 747-400, operated by Cargolux Italia, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. Flight time 8 hours and 27 minutes. It is a 747-400 freighter. 17 years old, this airplane began its career as an airplane in November of the year 2005. Now, in the meantime, let me quickly go back to the computer and say a big thank you to Haye S for a nice super sticker. Pair character stretching his arm forward, raising his thumb up. Excellent, mate. Thank you so much for that. Now let me quickly go back to the camera. The next airplane is coming. Hey, Aeolus Capital, morning mate, good to see you. Hope all is well. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is Transavia flight 6008, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Porto in Portugal. Flight time 1 hour and 58 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in February 2016. Oh. Right. Hey Gisela. Goedemorgen, good morning. Rikstedt, goedemorgen. Now, the next airplane is arriving from Minneapolis, Delta Airlines flight 162. It is an Airbus A333-300, flight time 7 hours 35 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in October 2006. Sponge is informing us that in 15 minutes it is playtime. Hope you had a good time in Milan, Aeolus. Let's see if this one gets loud or not. They do have the potential. Let's see if they live up to it. I think we have the new record holder for the wheelie of the day for today. Even though one means the other has to be less, meaning no reversers, but it did allow for a nice wheelie. There we go. All right, Mrs. Professor, sleep tight. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you again on the next one. Peppi, Servus, house life in Innsbruck. Hopefully a little nice weather over there. 2 airplanes visible. In the foreground we have a 737-700 and it is followed by an A320. The 737 is a KLM airplane flying for Transavia. Boeing 737-700 arriving from Barcelona, flying as Transavia flight 5132. Flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. This airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in January 2010. Little butt shot coming in. There we go. There we go. Next up, Iberia Express A320, flight 3722, arriving from Madrid. Airplane departed from Madrid 1 hour and 57 minutes ago. A320-200, 15 years old already. First flight was in October 2007. Airplane just flew through the shade of a cloud. Looks like another idle reverse. The only reversing or braking it does is the additional drag, because those openings create more resistance to the air. Right, let's have a look. Is there a runway inspection due? Because I'm not seeing traffic going to this runway just yet. Let's have a look around. I'm not seeing any flashlights from yellow pickup trucks. Well, you guys can see that there are many more people coming this way. It is nice weather for a family out. Why not go to the Polderbaan, have a little stroll and a nice snack. Now, I'm also looking up, see if I can spot a contrail here or there. I'm not seeing any at the moment. It was already a bit difficult seeing the earlier ones. Not a lot of humidity in the upper atmosphere, it seems like. Now, it does look like it is opening up more to the south. And then again, if you turn around the camera slowly to the north, like so, still clouds further up north. It is looking better. It's a very gradual process. I think things will eventually open up more also to the north. For now, we'll have to wait for the next traffic to come our way. Traffic to center is ongoing at the moment. We have an Embraer from KLM arriving from Billund. And hey there, JD, happy Sunday to you too. Folks over here in the Netherlands are definitely having a happy Sunday, I think, with the nice weather we are having right now. Really lucky. Looks like the next airplane coming our way is a 777 arriving from Johannesburg, but it is still relatively far north, so let's just follow this airplane also a little bit. This is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Nuremberg. KLM flight 1884. Flight time is an hour exactly, according to flight radar at least. Brand new airplane. First flight of this airplane was in January this year. Hey Berend, goedemorgen. I'm assuming you guys in Den Helder are having similar weather as we do over here, or is it more cloudy? It looks, looking over here, from over here to the north, it looks like over there it is more cloudy. Hey there, Follow Me Aviation. Good to see you. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope all is well on your end as well. Departures from runway 24. Looks like each time I'm pointing the camera towards it, we're focusing in on a Delta A330 taking off. Hey Rob, goedemorgen. Alles lekker? Right, here she is. The next airplane coming our way is KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. It is a 777-300ER that is 10 years old. First flight was in May 2013. This airplane is underway now for 11 hours and 4 minutes. Not seeing any traffic behind it on flight radar just yet. Do get the impression that the wind is picking up somewhat. And an A320neo arriving from Malta at 7,000 feet is approaching. Where is it? There it is. Flying downwind. And descending. So that is the A320 from Air Malta, arriving from Malta. Now flying over the city of Haarlem to the north, downwind. 6,500 feet and descending. Just for reference. Now in the meantime, an airplane is also coming this way. Already on the downwind leg. A bit more to the left. There we go. Hey, Captain Eddie Bos. Good morning, or good evening I should say. Aaron, good day to you too. John Freddy, good day mate. Now this is KLM flight 1422 arriving from Birmingham, flight time 39 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight was in March 2011. The next airplane coming after that is going to be the Play A320neo arriving from Reykjavik. It is still up north. Don't think we will be able to see it just yet. I think the clouds are still obscuring the field of view. BN Dutch asks if I'm planning to do some evening streams. Well, not too fond of it, I think, because my camera has bad sensitivity in low light conditions. However, I will try later in the year when it gets dark, earlier in the day. I think with the camera in manual focus, at least, focus issues during low light conditions will be mitigated mostly. I'm just not sure if the image quality will be good enough for it to be worthwhile. Initially my issues were with focus, but these days I mostly film with focus to infinity on manual focus. Only when zooming in on, for instance, birds in the water do I go to autofocus. That has difficulty focusing in on objects during low light conditions. But if you just put it on infinity, that issue is resolved. The only thing is that this is a camera with a relatively small sensor, so under low light conditions it will get noisy. But I will have a few tries later in the year when it gets dark sooner. Maybe it's not too bad. Alright, next up it is playtime. A320neo arriving from Reykjavik. After that a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. Just about visible in the center of the field of view, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I think it was visible just now. Yeah, It's the clouds, and we can see it lowering the gear right away. Nice. Nice. So, this is play, flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. Flight time 2 hours 43 minutes. The wind is definitely picking up. Might have to resort to going back to image stabilizer just to mitigate some of the vibrations you guys are starting to see. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in October last year, so in 2 months it will be a year old, this airplane. Maybe it's also time to update the ticker then. It's getting a bit more windy. Absolutely lovely combination. The sun providing warmth, the wind providing a nice cooling breeze. Got my SPF 30 applied before going out, so I can weather it, or I should be able to at least. Sticking around until the A380 has landed, which will probably go to the center runway, realistically speaking, but as I said before a couple of times, you've got to be in it to win it. Oh, and the A320 Neo from Malta has gone to the other runway, I'm seeing. Also approaching. Now, this is a Dreamliner from TUI, flight 383. It's a Boeing 7878, arrival from Bonaire, the B in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. Flight time no longer visible on flight radar, but the airplane age is, and this one is 8 years old. First flight was in 2015. Our next airplane is another Dreamliner, this one from United Airlines flight 909, coming in from Chicago, Illinois. Flight time right now 7 hours 19 minutes. The airplane, let me see if locking the tripod helps a little. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight December 2012. That is somewhat better. See, we have over 600 viewers right now. Welcome one and all. If you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. These are arrivals on the Polderbaan over here at Schiphol Airport. This is runway 18 right. Currently one of the 2 runways in use for arrivals. The wind is blowing from the southwest. Means that there's a little bit of crosswind from the right for the pilots landing. They come in from the north, land to the south. It is 11:20 now AM local time. I think we will see the closure of the center runway again soon, only for it to reopen shortly before the A380 will land on it. That is what almost always happens. The game plan for today is to stream until the A380 has landed. Its expected time of arrival is around 1:30 p.m. local time, so we're still planning to be live for 2 more hours, just over 2 more hours at least, until the A380 has landed. Beautiful weather over here in the Netherlands today, as you guys can see, mostly sunny. This is looking to the south, and this is looking to the west towards the North Sea. This is looking land inward. This is the east, And this is the north, where the most clouds are still present at the moment. The wind is from the southwest. Looking at the chimney smoke or vapor or whatever it is, you can see it is blowing away from us. Hey there, Dave Smith. Morning, friend. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Now, while we're waiting for the next airplane, let's have a look. Coots. The coots have also awoken. We already saw a group of ducks early in the morning. We saw one grebe that immediately dove under as soon as it noticed us. There it is. At a safe distance. They are camera shy, particularly grebes. Now earlier we saw some ducks huddled together on this little peninsula and concrete slab. At the moment they are gone, which is not to say that they have left definitely, but for the time being. The next airplane to this runway is also getting closer by, so let me zoom in on it. This is KLM flight 1414. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Lyon in La France. Flight time of this airplane is 1 hour and 19 minutes. She is 13 years old. First flight was in August 2010. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome. Feel free to say hi in the chat. It's not an obligation, but we're happy to see you. Say hi, and also if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Right now, looking up, not seeing any contrails, not a lot of humidity in the upper atmospheres. We can sometimes do some spotting of contrails, but not today. It seems like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of knowledgeable people over here, friendly folk in the chat. Another KLM Embraer is coming. It is... Oh, wait a minute. Did I... made a mistake there. This is the airplane coming from Lyon. And the airplane just now was arriving from Luxembourg. Now where can I order a coffee to go delivered on the premises? Hey there, Graham. Thanks for joining. You have a great Sunday as well. Mike Wild, morning mate. Checking in from the UK. Hope all is well over there. In the meantime, there is a Finnair A330-300 arriving on the center runway. Flight 1301, standard livery this time, arriving from Helsinki, Finland. Flight time 2 hours and 3 minutes, which is typical, around 2 hours. This airplane is 14 years old already. Its first flight began in April 2009. And a lovely cloudy backdrop against which the airplane is floating gradually towards 18C. Hey there, Michael, who is checking in from sunny Gotham, Nottingham. Come on, the Lionesses. Absolutely. Quickly back to what is going on over here. Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen, KLM flight 1442. Thirteen-year-old airplane. Goedemorgen Jaap, checking in from Gouda. In the meantime, a butt shot from the KLM Embraer. We're standing in line with the first exit of the runway, so any airplane vacating via it will leave a nice butt shot for us to look at in admiration. So now let me look behind me. I'm not seeing... Is that the one greeb we saw on the other side earlier? I'm not sure. I haven't seen more than one greeb thus far today. So I'm thinking it might be the one we saw on this side earlier. Stereotypical KLM landing, keeping up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. If you're unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, let me clue you guys in a little bit before the 777 arrives from Curaçao. Here you see the ATC control tower that is dedicated for traffic landing on or departing from this runway. This is the original ATC control tower. The main terminal building and all the gates are adjacent to that tower, so you can see it is quite far away from where we are standing. The main airport area is over there. Obviously you guys will understand that if you're in that tower, even under good visibility, you still have difficulty seeing everything going on over here. Hence, there's a dedicated ATC control tower for traffic coming to or departing from this runway. This is the latest addition, this runway, to the network of runways delivered in 2003, celebrating its 20th birthday this year. The Polderbaan, one of the two primary runways in use, preferential runways I should say, together with runway 0624, the Kaagbaan, almost always in use unless it is really windy from the west. But most of the time it is in use, such as today. This is KLM flight 736, arrived from Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300 ER, flight time 8 hours and 19 minutes. The airplane, 12 years old, first flight was in January 2011. In the meantime, Martin, goedemorgen, checking in from Wageningen. Wessel, goedemorgen. Now, the next airplane. There we go. I'm having a look further out, see what is coming. Dreamliner from LAX arriving. Still traffic going to center. I think maybe in 10 minutes or so from now they will probably close it again in favor of all traffic coming to this runway. So things will definitely pick up then. This is KLM flight 1050, Embraer 175, arriving from Bristol, flight time 51 minutes. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. And the Great Code asks if Malaysia Airlines lands in Amsterdam. At least their cargo airplanes do. No, I'm not sure of passenger flights. Undoubtedly, one of the viewers will be more knowledgeable than I am about this interesting question. I'm looking to the left of me because according to Flight Radar, a TUI A320 should be flying somewhere. I'm seeing if I can spot it. You'd think I would be able to, but I actually have quite some difficulty seeing it. What I am seeing, however, is a contrail coming our way. Looks like a twin engine. There we go. So this is flying from the west to the east, north of me. Maybe a little bit northwest to southeast. But looks to be mostly on a west-east route. Now, cannot see any details. The only thing I can see is that it is a twin jet. Doesn't look military, but again, not seeing a whole lot of detail. Just happy that at this moment I'm standing in the shade and I can look clearly on my camera screen. But you guys can see just how short the contrail is today. Not a lot of humidity in the upper atmosphere, so you have to be lucky to happen to see something, otherwise it is difficult. Also looking over my camera to the north, see that I'm not missing anything, but we're still good by the looks of it. So the airplane is now approximately passing me, still just a little bit to the east, west, and it is north of me, I should say. If you guys can still follow my directions. So it's now passing in front of me. So it's now directly north of me and will be passing to the east. Hard to estimate how much north it is flying. Probably in the vicinity of Permanent? Not sure. Now, there's a big bird coming to the runway, so let me go down and zoom in on it. Burman Bangladesh Airlines from Toronto to Istanbul. Nice capture. Here I'm flying AMS Live logo, KLM flight 604, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from LAX, Los Angeles, California. Flight time 9 hours and 26 minutes. This airplane 3 years old. First flight was in May 2020. Okay, differing opinions about the airplane I just saw by the looks of it. In the meantime, a little wheelie would be a new record. Might be. It's getting longer. Yeah. Well, if this is not the new record holder, then it is definitely the runner-up. And I think it might be a new record holder. Oh, Lane, if you're still there, thanks for joining, mate. Only now just seeing the messages that I couldn't see when pointing the camera up. Bird controller also seems to have left the vehicle. Or is that a different vehicle? No, it is a bird control vehicle. It is a bird controller. With a shovel. Oh dear. And BN Dutch info says that it went right over there in Permanent, so I estimated it would be approximately over there. Nice to see the telemetry working out approximately. Hey there Arjan, good morning. Martijn, goedemorgen. And Aphrodite calls it longest wheelie so far. Definitely, if it wasn't the longest, then definitely the runner-up, but I was also inclined to say it was the longest of the show. Right. Now, it doesn't look like the next airplane is immediately coming, so let's have a look and see what is going to center then. Is that Pegasus? It is Pegasus. Flight 1251 arriving from Istanbul, A321 Neo. And indeed, Paul, I was also wondering what that bird controller was doing. Almost like a grave digger. I've made you a nice hole for you to sit in. Why don't you all go sit in that hole that I just dug for you? Kagar, herzlich willkommen aus das schöne Hamburg. Welcome, mate. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to you too. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're watching arrivals on the Polderbaan. Although at the moment traffic is going to the center runway. However, might also be, as we saw just now, that the bird controller is preparing the runway and its immediate vicinity, so that shortly thereafter center can close in favor of this runway, once again being the only runway used for arrivals. I think that is very likely going to happen. They typically do a runway usage switch around 11:40 a.m. so that is in a few minutes from now. SAS A320 Neo arriving from Oslo. Right. In the meantime, the next airplane is coming. Now, you guys can see it is slowly but surely opening up a little bit, looking to the north. The last part of the sky that wasn't mostly blue sky thus far. In other parts of the sky it was mostly blue already, but we did have some clouds blocking our way. But there, look at that, 2 airplanes in a single shot and no clouds in between, just behind them. Isn't that nice? In the foreground we have an A320 from TUI, operated by Global X, so it is a hybrid livery, mostly Global X with a little bit of TUI logo on top of it. It's coming in from Ibiza, 2 hours and 7 minutes of flight time. The airplane 14 years old, first flight August 2008. Behind it is a 777 from KLM, A300ER arriving from Panama City. First up, the Global X A320. Meanwhile, goedemiddag Max. Morning to Mast Mola. Hope everybody is doing alright. Our next airplane approaching is KLM flight 758. It is a 777-300ER coming in from Panama City after 9 hours and 24 minutes of flight, about to touch down over here at the Polderbaan. Nice duo shot with K3, the bird controller. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in March 2008. Oeh, Wilma has to go. Thank you for joining, Wilma. Fijne zondag verder. Tot gauw. See you soon. Next up, Embraer 190 flying for KLM. The airplane we haven't seen yet, but makes a reappearance in every stream these days. Flying for KLM. Embraer 190, German Airways, Lycifer Chocolaterie, special livery, flying bonbons, arriving from Basel today, this time around. Flight time, 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane, 15 years old, first flight January 2008. Now, I'm not seeing any airplanes going to the center runway anymore. All are lining up for our runway. The second airplane is visible in the background. Is the third one also visible? Let me have a look on the laptop screen. Not seeing the third one just yet. Just the two for now. Nice to see things opening up. You can still see the wind. You can see the clouds blowing from left to right. Wind is blowing from the south. The camera is now pointed to the north. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 ride, where arrivals take place. Right now, once again, the only runway in use for arrivals. I'll have to update the ticker, but believe me, I think they have closed the center runway now in favor of this runway. We're sticking around until the daily A380 from Emirates has arrived from Dubai. It is expected around 1:30 p.m. local time. You can see the time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Now, I'm warning you, it is very likely going to go to 18 center, which will probably reopen again shortly before the A380 actually lands. That is a pattern that we have seen so many times before that we are beginning to suspect that ATC hates us and the viewers. We're still thinking about whether or not we need to gather around with pitchforks and torches and maybe go visit, pay them a little visit, friendly visit. Nah, but even if it were to land on the center runway, you do get a nice view from over here. The camera has decent zoom, but we are hoping one day to be lucky again. A lot of people are out already today, so maybe ATC is in a good mood and says, well, let's give them what they want. You'll see that as the A380 approaches Schiphol, it will become even more busy over here with people in the grass. It is already getting quite busy because the weather is so nice. This is KLM flight 1724 arriving from Brussels. It is a short flight. Brussels, the capital of our southerly neighbors, the Belgians, and well, I think it is typically 20-25 minutes or so. Let's just say that as soon as they have retracted the gear, they can already start preparing for landing. Now, next up is going to be KLM flight 1486, arriving from Humberside. It is a KLM Embraer 190. No rentals or leases from German Airways. Flight time 42 minutes. The airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in November 2013. Okay, those are just two moped scooters, not the Kreidler Club coming back for seconds. Right, next up, Air Canada flight 900, Dreamliner arriving from Montreal. Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, flight time 6 hours 15 minutes. The airplane is 8 years old. Its first flight January 2015. Boom, and away goes the flex. Oh, I'll be darned. It looked like it was using a little bit of reverse thrust. Just a little bit. Bit of a pity we haven't heard any real loud landings just yet. However, we do get a nice butt shot from this Dreamliner up close. There we go. Will we see the lowering of the spoilers and the retraction of the flaps? Probably not before it starts turning. Right. Let's see. Next up is a narrow-body doing a transatlantic flight. It is the daily flight from Air Transat A321neo arriving from Montreal. 6.5 hours of flight time, 33 minutes to be exact. 6 hours 33 minutes. This Neo is relatively new, 1 year old. First flight July 2022. And we can see the next airplane already in the far left, in the top left corner. Little bit of crosswind, little bit of crabbing. It's not substantial. Nothing that these pilots cannot handle, so no go-arounds or anything. Oh, Liewe, you should know I'm a vegetarian and have been since I was 12, so, or maybe even 11. So, no duck on the menu for me tonight, mate. Looks like also a butt shot from the A321. It has already lowered its spoilers. Will we see the flaps retract in this angle or not? Doesn't look like it. King Ding says Emirates Sky Cargo 777 in 10 minutes on center. Center? You sure? I haven't seen any airplanes land on center now for 10 minutes, if not more. Didn't they close it? Are they especially going to keep it open for that cargo airplane? Surely not. Was center assigned? Is it visible on omgevingsinfo Schiphol? Okay, center still open. Those mother... Well, this is KLM flight 1060, ladies and gentlemen. Embraer 190 arriving from Cardiff. Seems stupid that they keep it open, especially for that one airplane. There's no traffic going there anymore. Anyway, this airplane, 14 years old, first flight January 2009. Now, unless of course this is part of their plan, let the triple go to center, but then direct the A380 to right. If that is their plan, then I'm all up for it. We have some young fellows waving, also doing some spotting. Well, in the meantime, two airplanes are visible in the distance. And Marissa is saying that an MNG A330 is also 15 minutes out, coming to our runway. That is good news. Happy to see that I did pronounce your name correctly, Bongani. Peter PDK, good morning, mate. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Back to the camera controls. Focus on this chat too long and you'll miss airplane movements. This is KLM EasyJet flight 27904 arriving from Zadar. 15-year-old airplane, first flight February 2008. And there was a big bird behind it just now. Aphrodite says that center is now closed, so that means that the triple will also be coming to our runway? Question mark. Hopefully it will. Two heavies are coming in right now. First up is an A330 from KLM arriving from Bonaire, and behind it you guys should be able to see the KLM 777 arriving from Vancouver. Dave, we all need some A330 wheelie action, also some loudness. I'm falling asleep over here. Not enough noise, we need more This is KLM flight 765, a countdown flight number, arriving from Bonaire A330 300, flight time 8 hours 28 minutes. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight began in January 2013. And an isolated classic zoomed-up moped driver just passed by. Lost the pack. Well, we've seen better, we've heard better. In the foreground we have a 777-300 ER arriving from Vancouver, Canada, KLM flight 682. Its flight time 8.5 hours, just a bit more. 5-year-old airplane. First flight September 2017. Behind it is a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Olbia in the top left. Hey there, Zampon. Good afternoon, mate. Okay, this is the new winner, definitely. Boom! How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Wheelie winner of the day thus far. Hard to beat this one. That was a long wheelie. No reversers, but who cares if you get such a nice display of showmanship from the pilot. That was one big wheelie. The triple did it better? No way! Oh, you mean this triple, huh? I really need coffee. Hey there, Peter, who is checking in from Tasmania. Good evening, mate. What time is it over there? 8 hours time difference? 9 hours? Early evening, probably. So, this is Transavia arriving from Olbia 737-800, Transavia flight 6914. Arriving from Olbia, on the way now for 2 hours and 5 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January 2019. I'm not sure, Follow Me Aviation. I do know that Sydney is 8 hours ahead of us. So Tasmania, maybe 9, maybe 10. No, wait. No, wait. Tasmania. Isn't that's on the west side of the continent, right? Wasn't it on the right? Oh man, I'm really confused with my topography. Let me refrain from saying more. I've already embarrassed myself enough. Ah, Tasmania and Sydney are at the same time. So that is an 8-hour time difference, if I recall correctly. Right, two airplanes are approaching. In the foreground we have an Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle, and in the background we have a 737 arriving from Preveza. There is a third airplane underway. Can we see it? Is it somewhere visible? Quick peek. Yes, yes it is. Excellent. So that third airplane is another 737-800. This is a German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM. Rental or lease. Flying as KLM flight 954. Arriving from Newcastle. Embraer 190. 15-year-old airplane. Has the sunglasses look fitting for the weather. In case you're wondering, it was the E2 Embraer fleet that were having engine problems. So there was a capacity issue, which is why they temporarily rented or leased a couple of additional Embraer 190s from German Airways. Although now all E2 Embraers should be operational again. So don't know until when the lease still runs, but we are at some point going to see the Embraer 190s from German Airways no longer. This is Transavia flight 5792, arriving from Preveza, 737-800. Paul has to go. Thank you for joining again, Paul. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon, mate. Take care. Right. For the first time in the stream, visibility has improved. It is now nice and blue, and we can also see all the airplanes well in advance. Get those nice combo shots of the glide slope. This is KLM flight 1186, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Bergen. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Little wheelie, little bit of reverse, keeping up enough speed to roll out on the runway and vacate at a later exit. Quickly turning around for Emirates Sky Cargo, approaching. There we go. Emirates Sky Cargo, and behind it we have MNG Airlines arriving from Istanbul. Is that already visible? Yes, it is. Beautiful. Bom dia to Geraldo. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching Arrivals at the Polderbaan, AMS Live. My name is Boy. And in the foreground we have Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9906 arriving from Dubai. It is a 777 freighter. 6.5 hours underway. 8-year-old airplane. First flight was in August 2015. Hey there, Captain Son. Doing fine, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Now, let's quickly turn around. There is an MNG Airlines A330 arriving from Istanbul. There it is. Flight 724 A330-300 freighter. Flight time 2 hours 55 minutes. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in November 2007. There is a Vueling A320neo following it somewhere in the distance. Oh yeah, we can already see it as well. Nice. What a difference a few less clouds make. Beautiful. Oh wow, thank you so much, Hans, for gifting 5 AMS Live memberships. Really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. And also welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, all new AMS Live members. Quickly back to the camera controls. MNG, son. There you go. Now, as lovely as the airplane was, it was a bit quiet. And King Ding is preparing for Barbie time. Nice, mate. Enjoy it. Thanks for joining and enjoy your dinner, or at least Barbie food. And see you again soon, mate. Let's have a look. The next airplane and the one behind it, both visible. In the foreground we have Vueling Flight 8309 A320neo arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour and 47 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in December 2018. And a little zebra liveried grebe is swimming right over here in the water. Diving under. Maybe I can show you guys after this airplane has landed. Also keeping up the speed somewhat, vacating later. So earlier I showed you guys how far removed this runway is still from the main terminal building, where all the gates are at. That is adjacent to the original ATC control tower. So any airplane that lands over here still has a 10 to 15 minute taxi under its ahead of it. See one of the previous planes over there. Now that grebe has, in the meantime, I think moved more in the shade of the, or in the cover, under the cover of the grass over here. It was over here in the water just now. It dove under. And now I lost it again. If I see it again, I will show you. It was looking nice. This is an Embraer 175 from KLM, flight 1542, arriving from Leeds. Short flight, flight time no longer visible on flight radar, but the airplane age is 6 years. First flight June 2017. Now, still not. Oh, wait, there it is, the grebe. There. Swam away quite far already, so no longer being able to show you guys the details. I could have if it was still around, but then again, that's life. Aphrodite informing us that the A380 is approaching, now entering Czech airspace, so was still an hour and 15 minutes or so out. This is KLM flight 1038, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Malaga in Spain. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight March 2019. A little bit of a wheelie. Also a little bit of shade over here. Not that it means that things are getting more cloudy over here, to the contrary, just an isolated little cloud obscuring the sun. It is still mostly blue over here, and also looking to the north, I'm happy to say that it is getting a bit better. Is that grebe? I think it, yeah, it's it's doing lunch. It is doing lunch. This is Delta Airlines flight 136, Airbus A330-300, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Flight time 7.5 hours. The airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in March 2004. Let's see if it makes a bit of a ruckus. And if not, then hopefully the 777-300 arriving from Lima behind it will. That was definitely better than the average we've seen and heard thus far today. It was a half-hearted application of the reversers, and they stopped applying it just as it passed by, so just about a C or a 6.5 indeed, Dave. Now, hopefully, we'll get better results from the next airplane, KLM flight 644, and obviously it is not a Boeing 744, but a 777. I think it is done on purpose by KLM, assigning flight numbers to airplanes that are different airplane types. This is KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru, long flight, 11 hours, 28 minutes. 8-year-old airplane, first flight February 2015. Another Delta A330 behind it, by the way, so let's see what it does. Little bit of a letdown, both with respect to the wheelie and the audio. And Liwe informing us that the ETA is still 1:30. I think it was that this morning as well, so it hasn't incurred any additional delay. That is good news. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164, Airbus A330-300, arriving from Minneapolis, 7.5 hours on the way, just over 7 hours and 36 minutes exactly, according to flight radar, insofar as it can be exact. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in January 2007. There should be an Embraer 190 somewhere behind it. Don't think we can see it yet, or can we? No, I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. That's okay, we will soon enough. Right, fingers crossed. Better late than never. Better late than never. Embraer 190 coming up, after it a Boeing 737-800. I'm also realizing now that I haven't updated the weather in a while, so let me see if I can do that in the meantime. Curious to see what the wind is doing. Right, go to flight radar. Amsterdam. Oh, that's interesting. Wind is blowing from 280 degrees. That means that there's even a little bit of tailwind. Now, runway usage also. Let's have a look at the departing runways. Is that still 2, and the one over here? So center we can remove. The rest is still the same. Adjust font size and paste. There we go. So coming in the ticker now is the latest weather for Schiphol Airport. From 9:55 Zulu time, that is 11:55 Central European time, so that is from 25 minutes ago. Let me first film the landing and then I will take you through the ticker and the weather. If you guys are unfamiliar what it means, it can be really informative if you know what all those abbreviations stand for. Now you guys can already see that the weather over here is nice and summery, so nothing new, but it is always interesting to have a look at the development of the wind, particularly because runway usage is predominantly based on that. There is a phenomenon called runway roulette over here at Schiphol. Yours truly has had it happen several times before already, standing at a certain runway and after an hour or sometimes even less they close it. Not always for logical reasons. Now, taking you through the weather, we'll have to wait. 2 airplanes are coming relatively close by. So let's film that first. In the foreground we have KLM flight 1620, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. This airplane is 24 years old. First flight was in April 1999, so it is a millennial. Well, it was subtle, but it was a wheelie, hovering just over the ground for an extended period of time. Another new record, but definitely a nice one. Mark Lewis, morning mate. Good to see you, hope all is well. En welke baan was wat, André? Not sure I understand your question. Triple seven time. This is KLM flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil in Ecuador. 777-200 ER. Flight time of this airplane 10 hours 51 minutes. The airplane is relatively old, 19 years. First flight September 2003. Not too bad, not too bad. Now, two airplanes are approaching. Let me show you guys. Let me also reset the ticker, take you through the weather, just so you guys know what it means. So, in the ticker now you will see the weather coming by. AHAM is the airport abbreviation for Schiphol Airport, AMS or EHAM, meaning Schiphol Airport. The date and time of the report, you're now reading the 20th, so that is today, 9:55 Zulu time. Zulu time is Greenwich Mean Time, so that is the current time, the local time minus 2 hours, so this is from half an hour ago. It starts out with the wind. 28011 kT means that the wind is blowing from 280 degrees with 11 knots. 9999 means visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1900 feet. Temperature 22 degrees Celsius. Dew point 16 degrees Celsius. QNH, that's the barometric pressure in hectopascals, is 1022. No SIG means no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Back to the camera controls quickly. We're watching an EasyJet A319 land, and it is arriving from Italy, from Milan. Doesn't say the flight time anymore, but probably 1 hour and 15 to 20 minutes, if I have to guess. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in October 2008. Now, even though it is not very extreme, it is getting a bit more windy, so let me also quickly enable image stabilizer, see if maybe the shakiness you sometimes experience gets mitigated somewhat. Hey Roadhog, goedemiddag. Iksan, good afternoon, checking in from Natuna in Indonesia. Karsten, checking in from Mulheim. Guten Tag, Karsten. Good to see you, hope all is well. We're now looking at a Delta Airlines A330-300, flight 144, coming in from Seattle, Washington. Here too, the flight time no longer is being mentioned, but it is probably around 9 hours. The A330-300 is 16 years old. First flight was in December 2006. There you go. Not the longest wheelie, not the loudest reverse, but definitely nice on both aspects. Hey there Vladimir, hey there Jack. North Sky, morning mate, checking in from Newcastle. KLM'er 747, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Alright, the next airplane is approaching. Shamrock? No, EasyJet. Coming in from Dubrovnik, A320 Neo, flight time 2 hours 28 minutes. Oh, that does not look good. Have to fixate the tripod as well. Wind is picking up a little bit. If I let go of the camera, the wind will grab hold of it, push it to the right. A320 Neo, 4-year-old airplane, first flight July 2019. Hey Gamer Ronaldo, goedemiddag. Right. Unlock the tripod. Move in. Let's see, Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington is next. Okay, so applying image stabilization does not fully mitigate the vibrations induced by the wind that has picked up. Not sure what's the least worst option. I think going back to without image stabilizer is more direct in terms of camera control. Let's see. Now there were 2 airplanes visible already. Oh, I'm too far to the left. There we go. 2 airplanes visible. In the foreground we have an E2, a regular Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington from KLM. Behind it we have an A320 Neo from Vueling arriving from Alicante. This is KLM flight 1534 in the foreground. Arriving from Teesside or Darlington, 45 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in January 2018. Hey there Juha, checking in from Finland. Good morning mate. Well, afternoon I should say. It has become afternoon in the meantime. There is the other airplane in the background. The A320 Neo from Vueling arriving from Alicante. Still a bit out, but visible at least due to the improved sight. Alright, little butt shot coming in. And next up will be Vueling A320 Neo in the Visit Tenerife livery, at least according to flight radar, but there it is. Last time I checked, I didn't see any stickers or anything on that airplane, so let's have a look. Oh. This is Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante, 2 hours and 12 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 3 years old as a tractor passes by over here. 3-year-old airplane, first flight was in March 2020. Now, looks like next up is going to be a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Kos. Just about visible, somewhere in the distance. There it is. Just a tiny detail on my screen, but there you go. This is Transavia flight 1834, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Kos in Greece. Flight time right now 3 hours 17 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in June 2016. There is another airplane approaching behind it from the left. Arriving from Faro, another 737 from Transavia. Can we see it? Yeah, there it is. Beautiful. So 2 Transavia 737s in a row. In the foreground, one from Kos. Behind it is a 737 arriving from Faro. Even further up north, not sure if we are going to see it, also turning onto the glide slope is an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Dresden. Although I am not sure if we are going to see it. Would be coming from the other side. Also have to go to the camera and move it a little bit in order to keep following the airplane in the foreground. Now, the third airplane will have to wait for it. Right, well, Peter, I'm not sure if there are viewers over here who want to see that soccer match in a rerun, but maybe it is best not to keep scores live in the chat over here. So that people who want to see the show at a later stage or the match won't know the score already. Avi, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Now, where was that other airplane? There we go. Is that Embraer already visible? Oh yeah, it is. Nice. really need that that sunshade for my camera screen, but looking at the laptop screen, much easier to see everything. So this is Transavia flight 5354 arriving from Faro in Portugal, Boeing 737-800. Flight time no longer mentioned, but approximately two and a half hours, I think. Now touching down. This airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in April 2000. Right, next up will be an Embraer 190 arriving from Dresden. And behind it is the next airplane already visible, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Madrid. I'm also seeing Aphrodite, you really shouldn't have, a super chat saying nice stream, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Aphrodite, for that. Definitely you shouldn't have, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you so much with all the other moderators for taking care of the chat, keeping it a friendly place. Here is KLM flight 1808 arriving from Dresden in Germany, Embraer 190. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in June 2009. It is getting a bit more windy, isn't it? Maybe I will have to resort to going to image stabilizer again. It is getting a bit bumpy without, at least under certain angles. Yeah, I'll switch back to enabling image stabilizer in a minute. Right, next up E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Madrid, KLM flight 1700 flight time 1 hour and 59 minutes. The airplane is 1 year old. Its first flight was in November 2021. And in the top left quadrant, the next airplane also already visible, Shamrock arriving from Dublin, A320. Alright, Max is informing us that the A380 just entered into German airspace. So the ETA is in 50 minutes from now. And we are going to stick around until then, even though it is more than likely that the A380 is going to land on the center runway, which will probably be open just before it enters Dutch airspace. So in the foreground, we're looking at Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. The airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in May 2000. Behind it is an Embraer 190 also coming in from Dublin, Ireland. So these two airplanes probably flew behind each other all the while. Apparently there is enough demand for two airplanes so quickly after each other flying between these two cities. Next up is going to be KLM flight 934 Embraer 190, and as I was mentioning, also arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Next airplane is in the top left quadrant, visible already. That would be a TAP Air Portugal A319 arriving from Lisbon. So in the foreground, KLM flight 934 also arriving from Dublin, flight time 1 hour and 1 minute. This airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in October 2013. No reversers being applied. Quiet as a mouse. Now, in the meantime, thank you so much, Dave, for an extremely generous super chat once again. Really, man, you shouldn't have. Off to the fire station for another 24 hours. Great stream as always. Hope you all have a great rest of the weekend and stay safe. Wise words, and thank you so much for attending the stream today again, Dave, and thank you so much for that very generous donation. All the best at your shift at the fire station later today. You be safe as well, mate. Thank you so much once again. Let me quickly go back to the camera. The next airplane, TAP Air Portugal A319, about to touch down already. Arriving from Lisbon. Flight time no longer mentioned on flight radar, but the age is, and it is 21 years old, this airplane. Banking a little bit. First flight of this airplane, May 2002. Ooh, she slowed down considerably. Lengthy butt shot coming in. Marissa is informing us that an Icelandair 767 is now going to be number 3 for arrival. Merinha Mello, bom dia. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Oh, come on, Fred. Please refrain from keeping up live score updates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if some of you might want to see the matches later, but please refrain from keeping live scores in the chat from the soccer matches. Me personally, I don't care that much, but I'm not sure that others might want to see the matches later in a rerun. I think it would be you would spoil it for them. kept us updated about the scores, however well intended. No need to apologize. I know you guys mean well, but same with Formula 1 and stuff. I'm sure not everybody always has the time to watch things live, but if they want to see a rerun, maybe at work, doing a little bit of sneaky watching AMS live while working, then they probably would like to go into the rerun clean. Anyway, here we see a 767 arriving from Reykjavik, Icelandair flight 500, Boeing 767-300 ER. Flight time 2 hours 46 minutes. This airplane is 25 years old. First flight of this airplane was in October 1997. Now Fred, you don't have to apologize, mate. I understand. No problem. 25 years old. Once again visiting the Netherlands in the old livery. I think most of us will agree that this is a better looking livery than the latest iteration. Again, not too loud. I guess it's just not a day where loud landings are taking place. Thank you, Alex G, for your kind words, mate. Glad you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. And yes, as Midgate was already confirming, I am definitely Dutch. Let me take a sip of water quickly. While trying to keep track of the airplane with my free hand. We're now looking at KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 52 minutes of flight time. This is a 777-300 ER, 2 years old, first flight December 2020. Hey there Frank, goedemiddag. Charity, good afternoon. Enjoying the stream from Harare in Zimbabwe. Nice to see people in Africa also having found the stream, not just from South Africa or Kenya. Nice. Bom dia Pedro, who is from Brazil. Good morning to you, my friend. You're up early. Welcome to the show. Welcome to all other viewers as well. If you're a first-time viewer, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is appreciated. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of people watching, and many of them are very knowledgeable, and all of them are friendly. So don't be afraid to ask any questions if you have them. 2 airplanes visible in the foreground. Vueling A320, also arriving from Valencia. Regular A320, not a Neo, flight 8353, flight time 2 hours 3 minutes. The airplane 16 years old, first flight was in March 2007. So if you just tuned in, you're watching arrivals over here at Schiphol Airport. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right, currently the only runway in use for arrivals. However, probably not for long. We're waiting for the arrival of the daily Emirates A380 from Dubai, expected to land in 40 minutes from now, around 1:30 local time. And as is typical, we are expecting an opening of the center runway, the parallel runway, shortly before then, so that we can only see it from far away. Well, far away, relatively far away. In all honesty, the camera has decent zoom and we are able to see the landing quite well, just not hear it as good as would be the case as it was coming to this runway, like for instance this EasyJet A320 Neo is. So we're still in the air for at least 40 more minutes. This is EasyJet flight 27888 A320 Neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Oh. 2 hours and 3 minutes underway. Now touching down. Brand new airplane. Began flying in July this year, so it is actually brand new. Bot shot coming in 3, 2, 1. There you go. Spoilers down. Flaps are retracting by the looks of it, or are they? Didn't they use a lot of flap? Okay, that could also be the case. Hey there, Anders, checking in from Sweden. Welcome, mate. Jackie, checking in from Austria. Servus. Herzlich willkommen. How's life over there? Warm probably. Herbert, good afternoon, mate. Can post a link in the chat from the website where you can see which runways the planes are assigned to. Of course I can, mate. Let me do that in a minute. In the meantime, we have an Embraer 175 arrival from Genoa in Italia. So for me, while live streaming, it is too much of a hassle to check in on it, but let me have a look. So if you go to this website, you click on the word doorgaan, which means continue in Dutch. A map will open, and if you click on the airplane you want to see the information of, and then click on the label. So if you click on the airplane on the map, you will see that a label will appear. Once you click on the label, it will say to which runway it is assigned. Now it is assigned to runways in the colloquial name, so instead of 18 right, it will say Polderbaan, for instance. Right, let me go back. Now the downside is my mobile phone is also has an Android operating system, and there is an app for iPhone from that website but not for Android, so I have to go to my computer in order to use it, which is too much of a hassle, so I'm not looking at it. But you can see the assignment of the landing runway well in advance using that website, very handy. In the meantime, a Polish Embraer has just arrived from Warsaw. And hey, interesting. A Dreamliner from Saudi is coming our way. Now that airplane often precedes the A380 and lands on the center runway. Hey Helene, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. This is Saudia, arriving from Jeddah, flight 215-7879 Dreamliner. Flight time 5 hours 23 minutes. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight April 2018. Now, where is the next airplane behind it? Turkish A330 is arriving from the east. I'm not seeing anything arriving from the west. Oh wait, an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. But that is still a bit more to the south. First, let's see the Saudi land. Some nice last minute reverse being applied there. Now there is an Embraer 190 flying north, arriving from Nantes, oversea. 5,000 feet in my vicinity. I'm now looking visually to see if I can spot it so that we might be able to follow it a little bit. Now the backdrop is fully blue, hard to see an airplane, particularly if it doesn't produce a contrail. Also a bit hard to look to see where exactly you have to look, because flight radar is always a little bit delayed. No, I'm not seeing it. So let's just see if we can see the Turkish A330. That will be the first airplane regardless. Alright, Marissa is saying that China Cargo Airlines is the first plane to land on 18C, currently 9 minutes out, so yeah, perfectly on schedule of course, the opening of 18C just before the A380 is coming. We're still waiting for the A380 from Turkish, which will be the first airplane. I'm looking around also in the sky, but as you guys can see, mostly blue, but I'm not seeing any contrails. Bit of a pity. I'm sure there's traffic flying over us, but really hard to see without them producing contrails. Ah, I think I see the Turkish. White against the backdrop of clouds. Come on. Where is it? Should be there. Wait, there. No. Okay, so now it has turned onto the glide slope. There it is. Oh. So here's our next airplane, Turkish Airlines A333 arriving from Istanbul. More airplanes are coming. There should be a Boeing 737 arriving from the same direction in the background, arriving from Heraklion. Not sure if we can pick up on it. Let me see if reframing helps a little bit. Yeah, so coming in from the right you can see the next airplane turning onto the glide slope. Behind it, another airplane arriving from the left, Embraer 190, arriving from Nantes. Not sure if we can pick that up as well. There are a few clouds, of course, now passing by in the distance. I think the clouds are obscuring the arrival of the third airplane in the distance. In the meantime, let's focus in on what we can see best. That is the Turkish A330, now almost touching down. Turkish flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 2 hours 56 minutes. En Gaps Trails en de Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Next up is going to be a Boeing 737 from Transavia arriving from Heraklion in Greece. Next airplane behind it is visible in the top left quadrant, which is an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. And another Embraer 190 arriving from Göteborg will be behind it. Can we see that third one already? I don't think we can. Oh wait, yeah, just left of it. Have to look closely on the laptop screen, but then you do see it. So coming in, Transavia flight 6876, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Heraklion, 3 hours and 23 minutes underway now. The airplane is 13 years old. The first flight was in June 2010. Hey Wuppie, goedemiddag. Also here for the first time, welcome Wuppie. Hope you're having fun. That's what this is all about. Nice that you're saying hi also. Other first time viewers, if you feel like it, don't be afraid to say hi like Wuppie just did. Friendly folk over here, also if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The next airplane, an Embraer 190, arriving from Nantes in France. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in April 2009. And again, in the top left, you can see the next airplane, another Embraer 190, arriving from Gothenburg, and behind it will be an E2 Embraer 195. Massive engines. I'm surprised we don't see the engines already in the distance, but believe me, we sure will. Soon will. Butt shot coming in. She's taking the first exit. And we happen to be exactly in line with the first exit of the runway, providing us this lovely rear view. The next Embraer 190 is KLM flight 1156. Not too far behind, arriving from Gothenburg. 1 hour and 11 minutes underway, and this airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in November 2008. And another butt shot is incoming. Hey Daniel, goedemiddag. Welcome. And Rhonda, good day. Now Big Bird is coming in for center. That would be China Cargo Airlines flight 205, arriving from Shanghai. 10 hours and 40 minutes of flight time. It is a 777 freighter, 3 years old. First flight was in June 2020. So, realistically speaking, this is also what we are going to see of the A380 as it approaches, as it is very likely going to be following the same route. Next up is Air France, flight 1640, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. A320, 43 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in July 2013. Right, the next airplane is another Transavia 737-800, this one coming in from Catania. And after that we are going to see an Embraer 170 from Air France, arriving from Marseille. Now, is that visible already somewhere in the background? Oh yeah, in the top left corner you can see it approach. PVK Trains says, I feel like the A380 needs to be running early for it to land on Polderbaan. Absolutely. Really early. They almost always open up the runway as it is entering Dutch airspace. So if it is running late, it's almost always certainly going to go to the wrong runway. Next up, Air France up. Embraer 170 arriving from Marseille, Air France flight 1820. Flight time 1 hour and 38 minutes. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in March 2010. Now, the A380 in the meantime has entered into Dutch airspace. The next airplane in the background is a 737-700. So I'm assuming if you guys look at that website that I just put the URL in the chat about, that the A380 has probably been assigned to Zwanenburgbaan, which would confirm what we already knew deep down within. Right, two airplanes approaching in the foreground. KLM flight 1444, Boeing 737-700, arriving from Aberdeen. Flight time 1 hour and 1 minute. 12-year-old airplane. First flight February 2011. A380 indeed going to center. In the background, Transavia flight 6114. Is it? Arriving from Malaga. It is an influx of narrow bodies on both runways right now. TUI Max 8 approaching center, Embraer 190 following it, and coming our way is a Transavia 737-800. There we go, the next airplane also already visible, left of it. This is a 737-800, flight 6114. Arriving from Malaga, 2 hours and 24 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 23 years old, first flight February 2000. Alright, let's have a look. Flight to London Gatwick from EasyJet. I see something lining up on runway 24. Let's have a look, shall we? Hey Tom, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Right, so Amsterdam Aviator's brother is on an EasyJet A319 to London Gatwick, now lined up at runway 24. Don't think we'll be able to see much of it from over here, but let's have a look and see what we can see from over here. Not sure what the holdup is, but is it moving? Not exactly sure where it is going to appear. I think we have it over there. So yeah, this is the most I can zoom in. This is what you can see from over here. So this is EasyJet flight 28675 A319, destination London Gatwick. A 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in October 2008. Alrighty, let's quickly go back to the action over here. We have a Ryanair 737-800 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight 3006. You're welcome, Amsterdam Aviator. You're welcome. Hey Ina, guten Tag. Wie geht's? Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. E2 Embraer 195 landing on, or at least on its way to the center runway, arriving from Geneva. Flight 1928. The airplane underway for an hour and 14 minutes. 2-year-old airplane. First flight March 2021. And in the meantime, coming our way is another airplane. And in the far left you can see the next airplane behind it. In the foreground we are looking at KLM flight 1280, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Edinburgh. Flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes. The airplane 16 years old. First flight was in February 2007. And another E2 Embraer 195 is coming to the center runway. I was hearing some of that trademark engine noise that you also sometimes hear just before they spool up when taking off. Right, so Follow Me Aviation says that the Emirates is 10 minutes out, Aero Mexico 15-ish minutes out. Is it a special livery or standard livery? Let's have a look. Aero Mexico. Oh yeah, it is already approaching. Yeah, so whichever is the latest, I will capture both and then wrap it up stick around until the Aeromexico Dreamliner and the Emirates A380 have landed.
He's coming, he's coming. The Baba Boo is coming.
Alright, standard livery for the Aeromexico. Thank you, Marissa. Now, Frank mentions ducks. I'm looking in the water, but I think they are hiding away. We saw ducks, coots and grebes. We've seen them all. Quite a few, not just one or two, but over here in my part of the canal, nothing is to be seen at the moment. But they were there, they are still alive and kicking.
Mama!
Now I am too far zoomed out to... Oh. Get the airplane details in time. KLM flight 1302, Embraer 190, arrival from Toulouse. A little bit of squeakiness in the brakes. Bloodshot coming in. The airplane, 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012. And what do you know? All your internet connections have also stayed in the air, which according to YouTube was the cause of the second consecutive connection error on Friday at almost exactly the same time as a week prior. So it seems you all have finally invested in proper internet. Next up is another KLM Embraer 190, this one coming in from Zurich, flight 1958, flight time 1 hour and 13 minutes. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight January 2012. Now, let's see, where's that A380? Flying base, not yet turning final. Aeromexico flying downwind, so we still have some time. Follow Me Aviation says, Lufthansa from Chicago to Frankfurt, 777 is cruising at 37, will go above the A380. Where is it currently flying? I'm not seeing any contrails just yet. Oh wait, I do see an airplane. Let me see if I can zoom in on it. Of course, it will be a shot in the dark. What do you know? Not sure what this is, but I saw it flying. It seems rather big, but it doesn't produce a contrail. Just a lucky shot that I saw it, and even more lucky that I was able to zoom in on it. This airplane is now flying north of me, northeast of me, and indeed it looks to be on course to Frankfurt. Lost it already, but there you go. Did see something. So big picture wise, the north is now relatively cloudless. We do see some more cloud formation in the southwest, land inward. Southeast, I'm sorry. Interesting to see how that has changed. Two airplanes are visible coming over here. And the second one behind it, there you go. In the foreground, Really? Is that? Yeah, I think. Okay, well, in the foreground we have a Boeing 737-800. In the background we have an A320neo from Vueling that is still flying in the vicinity of Beverwijk. So, didn't know we could see so far up north from over here. But there you go. In the foreground, KLM flight 1666. Boeing 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 49 minutes. 23-year-old airplane. First flight May 2000. Let's see. The A380 is somewhere behind that Vueling that is coming to us. So I think after this landing I will zoom in on the A380. I'm looking visually already to see if I can see it anywhere, but I don't yet. Wait, I think I do. F it. Let's go. There it is. Yeah, A380 already visible. Well, in advance. The Aero Mexico is nicely coming behind it to this runway. So the Aero Mexico will be the last airplane of the day, and we are now looking at the penultimate airplane of the day. That is... oh yeah, there it is. Thought I had lost it already. With the prevailing wind, I'm fixating the tripod. So, this is Emirates A380, #1 worldwide most tracked airplane at Flight Radar. Awesome. Hard for me to see. Let me see if this is better. Nah, that's not improving things. Here we go. Emirates Flight 147. The picture depicts a standard livery. Looks like a standard A380 coming to the Netherlands from Dubai. Flight 147. A380-800. 8-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in August 2014. Current flight time 6 hours and 32 minutes. Still in the old standard livery. AMS Live members already have the updated ribbon tail at their disposal. So again, we're looking at the #1 worldwide most tracked airplane on Flight Radar at this moment, followed by more than 1,000 people, 1,340 people. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. It is on the way now for 6 hours and 33 minutes. It is 8 years old already. Her first flight, August 2014. And she will once again touch down on 18C, courtesy of ATC the Netherlands. And that is the penultimate airplane of the day. Let me quickly go back to the last airplane of the day, which is Aeromexico Flight 25, arriving from Mexico City. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Mexico City. Flight time 10 hours and 18 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old. Her first flight was in March 2019. Standard livery, but still a nice airplane. And after this, I am going to say my goodbyes to you guys. Oh, shouldn't accidentally bump into my camera. It's always a bad idea. That's how we like it. That's how it's done. Nice little bit of reverse thrust action there. The last airplane of the day. Folks, I'm gonna wrap it up. I had a wonderful blast over here once again, and I hope you guys did too. Wonderful weather, nice variety of airplanes, a lot of people in the chat, nice interactions. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. If you like what you saw, give it a like. Consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Thanks to everybody for joining me here today. Thanks to everyone who was so kind to donate. Super stickers, super chats, super likes. Become a member, donate memberships, donate through PayPal. And if that's not enough, you can also have a look in the merch shop if you are so inclined. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, probably in the morning. So maybe I will see you there. If not, I'm looking to go out again on Thursday, weather permitting. It looks like the weather might deteriorate in the second half of the week, so I will always have a look the evening or the day before. But I'm assuming there will be a hole between any precipitations through which I can go out and stream for you guys. Hopefully I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Be safe. Enjoy the rest of your day, or have a nice night. Sleep tight if it is already that time of day in your part of the world. Hope to see you all soon. I'm gonna say bye for now and see you soon.